Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and we are continuing our game dev project today. More circles, but this time definitely working. I have an idea. Looks like we have someone upland there. Upland. Or is it upland? In any event, welcome. Let's check in with the kitties here. We do have Ember across from the keyboard, and then it looks like Mason is laying on the bed. He is on the comforter. I think moving that comforter there was the right decision based on its ability to attract Mason to it. So with any luck, we'll have a greater likelihood of spotting all five with that there. Having said that, three of them are missing. We have Sammy, Sherbet, and Sky not visible, but hopefully we'll get an appearance out of them. In the meantime, when last we left off, we were having some difficulty with the circling logic. What we were trying to do is apply a outward or inward vector paired with a vector perpendicular to that one. So our problem with that was that if the target was remote, let's say it was supposed to circle an enemy and it's emitted from the player, then it's going to and we have a spread shot. We're supposed to fire out in 3 shots in 45-degree angle increments. It would end up condensing them over top of each other almost immediately. Even though they started with that difference of facing, it was immediately overridden by the pulling force that would change their facing. So I have a thought on how to mitigate that. But let's see if it works. Because we're still going to have that pulling force. We still need to have that. Upland imminent means very soon. Hey, Okaneki, joining us early today. Okay, so we're going to store off this whole move function that we have right now. Just in case, because we're going to change it non-trivially. So our speed value is going to be... we're going to treat speed as, or at least... Let's see, what do we have? What numbers do we have? Angle change. Okay, we're going to treat angle change differently here. Actually, no. We're going to come up with our own function here. We're going to have okay, so we have revolutions per second. It's a float. But how we doing, everyone? How we doing? And what revolutions per second is going to do is it's going to tell us, based on the radius of the circle, the current radius of the circle, how we should be moving. So we're going to push and pull around our target here. So first what we have to do is we have our current radius. Yeah. I see. I will surely forget that almost immediately. But hopefully I will recognize that that is a person that has been here before. Okay, so we have our radius. Our speed is going to be determined differently now. So this is how often we want to revolve around the circle. This is how far we want it to be. Then we have... And this is going to be our distance from the target. Actually, no. Let's leave that alone for now. Let's leave that alone for now. We may want to use that, but... So this is how many iterations... Previously, this is how many iterations we wanted per second. So I know the circumference. And I know how many iterations. Our speed is then determined by how often we want to have gone around the circle. So let's see here. So it's not iterations that matters here. Because we know how many iterations by revolutions per second. Speed is equal to circumference times revolutions per second. So this is how fast we're going to go. So we don't need our max turn here. Actually, no, we do need the max turn radius. But since it's iterations, we want revolutions per second here. So we'll have delta in there as well. We're just going to use turn radius here. We'll have adjusted velocity to determine so what we're going to do is we're going to turn it by the turn angle, and then we're going to apply the force to it. So if it's the first iteration, I think we have to remember our last... Yeah, we have to remember our last direction. Hey there, J Gamer. Welcome. Zero. Okay, so this is us adjusting the center position. We're going to need that. And then, if not last direction, then last direction is equal to targeter direction. We only need this once, because circular motion isn't going to alter its angle in the same way, I think. We might ultimately want to. We'll think on that in a moment, if I remember. Rotated. Degrees to radians. 45. Okay, reason I'm doing that is to off-center it so that instead of the circle going kind of downward, so if the circle is going to the right and I don't make this adjustment, then what we'll get is it would go downward because our rotation is always going to be to the right. But if we rotate its initial direction up 45 degrees, then that should give us a... we need to adjust that. We need to adjust that based on our turn angle here. Oh no. We just need it to be perpendicular. Because subsequently we are going to turn right by the turn angle here. Yeah. So by rotating it -90, this gives us kind of the bottom of the circle. And we're going to rotate up from it. Hey there, Ice Drake. Welcome. Okay, we don't care about from center in the same way. From center is just going to be our push-pull force here. To last direction dot rotated turn angle. So now we are rotating based on our preferred radius. This gives us our distance from the center of our target. See, from center is equal to, this is from where we want it to be to where we are. Ice Drake, today's goal is to actually get the circling motion working. We want, right now we're just getting orbit, where the radius is fixed. Eventually we're going to get the radius growing, which will change the constant speed of the projectile. As in, it will speed up over time as well because we have revolutions per second. But first we're getting orbit because that keeps it fixed. Okay, so we're going to get a negative position if we're far away, and that will create a pulling force. Let's adjust this. Float is equal to this. We still need from center because this is a direction to cause the pull to happen. That. Do that. Okay. So we've got our distance from the center, and then our distance to the edge is, this should be our radius, and then this is our current distance from the center. Ice Drake, I occasionally think on it outside, and every now and then I will poke it outside, but I'm trying to keep all of it on stream. To give you an idea, this is the 68th stream of this. And we're primarily doing the work here, and it's usually about 3 hours that we spend each time we stream it. So we have breached the 200-hour mark here. Okay, if So this is only if the radius doesn't match. And we only care about this calculation if the radius doesn't match. It is interesting, Ice Drake. It is interesting. It's a big thought exercise here. Okay, we're going to keep proportion here. In that it can be pushed or pulled slower. Let's ignore that, actually. Hey. So first here, our adjusted velocity is equal to last direction. What is our current last direction? Times our speed. And we're currently going with the idea of 1 revolution per second. So this will be our adjustment here. And it will be the speed in the direction that it wants it to go here. This might cause it to wobble quite a bit. Now let's keep proportion in here. Let's keep proportion in here. Pretty much, Ice Drake. There is a particular person that is a longtime veteran of the stream, Parakeet on Twitch, and I can't recall what their handle is on YouTube just now. I think it's James Neal. They are actually they're very interested in this, and it has kicked off an inspiration for them to work on their own game dev and programming as well. And often they try to think through the problem and try to code similar themselves to see if they can help get a resolution to what we're currently working on if we're stuck, or work on it just in a different way to see if an alternative works better. we're going to call this... We're calling this the spring because this is a push-pull force, as if it were kind of like a stretchy spring. The further you are from it, the harder it pulls. Well, the further you are from its neutral length, and that's what this proportion determines. Is equal to... do that just so that we can get that started there. So this is from center dot normalized. This is times speed. And it is also times proportion. So whatever our current... Oof. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet will occasionally make a flying leap either from about a foot below the headrest or from about 3 feet above the headrest. So it can be a bit of a jolt when he lands behind my head. Okay. Don't need that. I don't need that. Or that. Or that. So adjusted velocity plus equals spring velocity. Okay, it's not quite right, but this looks pretty cool. Okay, so let's go into our game logic here. We're going to remove the blobs. And we are going to set it to orbit the player for this type of movement. For this type of item. Target player. Okay, we still need a 0 case for if it's right on its initial target. There to save a line. If not direction. direction. So do vector 2. Right. At the moment, we have pretty much move straight line and S curve working. It's still not functional. We should be getting a velocity regardless. Oh, that's right. We don't have a push-pull force here. How about instead of from center, we use adjusted velocity? Still coming out as nothing. Let's step through. Let's see, 288 is about 3 squares? Yeah. So we're trying to push it out to 3 squares. And so our speed target entity, which is the player. The stack variables here can be hard to see as far as how big the number is. We don't have a last direction, so we get the targeter direction. Yet direction. Is entity to move, comma, delta. Circumference makes sense. Our speed is effectively 0 right now. We get the player entity. We set it to its position. Our last direction is a member variable. 0, though. Okay, let's check here. We're getting target player, and let's load our targeters. Let's look at that target player. It's not rotating towards the entity. That's different. There we go. It's rotated up. All right, have a good time, Ice Drake. Velocity. Well, okay. It's not doing what it's supposed to do in a different way now. I mean, that's cool looking. So we shouldn't be getting the outward force here any longer. But our turn radius... Oh. Wait. Our turn angle is accounting for that. Oh, no. We're turning too much. It's times revolutions per second. Okay, well, it's the same thing, but now they're just spinning in a circle, like they're rotating their facing in a circle when they freeze in place. So that's progress, question mark? Okay, so they're still doing their little loop-de-loop too fast. Hello, Bacon. Hello, welcome. Okay, so Oh, no, you can only do modulo with ints. Yes, Bacon, but you get graded all the same. Just to... We're still converging like that. So the turn radius on the mice is too tight. Ah. Just forget to do that. Okay, well, this is better, but we still have the same problem. They're converging on 0 as far as the speed here. It's a problem. This is 288. Our speed is effectively 0 because the delta coming in is practically nothing. Get our entity, we set our center position to 0. Don't have a last direction, so it's going to end up being straight up. Oh. For those that aren't aware, a common thing with screen space, or kind of video game world space, when it is two-dimensional, is that up and left are negative from origin. Well, thanks, Soupy. I appreciate it, and welcome. So now we're going to rotate it. Let's check what turn angle is. Turn angle is 0. Yeah. Still okay, though. From center is nothing, so from center's length is nothing. Distance to the edge. That's a really great distance. Oh, but it's squared. It's squared. That's okay. So our proportion is effectively 1. We're going to move at full speed, our full rotational speed, towards the edge. which is effectively 0 right now because I think our delta is effectively 0. Second time we come around, now we have an actual delta. So this time we still have our same radius, we still have our same circumference. Our turn angle is 6. We adjust our entity position because it's supposed to be orbiting the player. Then we rotate our last direction. So we are slightly down and right. So we've rotated slightly to the right. Oh, then welcome back, one. So our from center is going to be 0. And as such, it does not equal the radius. So our distance from the edge of center should be a positive number. Yep, our distance to the edge is a positive number. So our proportion is going to be 1. Well, I'm sorry, our proportion is going to be not 1 here. Wait. Yes, because we're at 0. Yeah, we're at 0. Which means the distance from the edge is the radius right now. So our spring velocity is in the same direction of the adjusted one, and we are multiplying that out by speed in proportion. So our adjusted velocity here okay. Dodd, it's moving along. We're still trying to get the circle motion working. Six degrees per tick is weird. That can't be right. No, that's 6 degrees based on delta. Yeah. So we're taking 360 degrees. So it's 180, and then we're multiplying that out by a very small delta here. 0.033. So yeah, that's about right. So then we go in again. Angle is still 6. That's the idea, Dodd. We just keep working on it. So this is happening about 30 times a second. Yeah, that should be right. So we're always turning that much and then moving forward. Turn and move forward. But that's not quite right. We're not moving on an arc in that case. It's kind of right. It's approximately right because we're not moving on the arc. We're drawing lines around the arc. It shouldn't matter. Okay, we are going to stop that for a moment. We're going to go into the game. We're going to, when we going to add weapon. We're going to say there can only be one mouse active at a time. An angle is still 6. We have a last direction. And we still have a plausible speed, don't we? Yeah. Wonder if it's the spring force that's messing this up. That's really far. No, that's still okay. That's still okay. We're off center here. Yeah. Spring velocity. What are we at? Hmm. So this is we're moving right and up a little bit. last direction is kind of up and left. So that's our adjusted velocity now. Up and left. Our distance to the edge. This is not right. From center is correct. Ah. No, no. All the way down here. Yeah, distance to the edge is not changing. But at this point, it is pretty much like this should be about right. So there's a flaw in the calculation, which, obviously. Where we are from our center position, which is 0, 0. From center length squared. Yeah, that's about right. This is about correct. So then our proportion is not quite 1. moves, target movement is 0. So now our adjusted velocity is a very small amount up and left. Why is this shrinking, though? Well, part of the problem is our distance to the edge is not changing. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and then we'll resume thinking on this. Okay, let's look at this here. Hello, Sleepy. Welcome. We're still working on circles. And bug. This A. The edge. So the to the edge should not be constant like that. That should be getting smaller. So there's something about this that is wrong. Yeah, the from center length is never really changing. No, from center length shouldn't need to change. That's okay. It's the distance to the edge that is important. Okay. This is substantial. So we should be getting a inward force. Hey there, Lunar. Welcome. Yeah, the distance to the edge is holding almost entirely constant. There we go. It was pushing on the rotational vector and not on the outward vector. So if we go into our inventory, we're going to set that back to 750. We're still getting that flawed spread there, but that might just be the nature of it. Okay, so then if we go into the catalog and we have target player, load movements. Enemy. And then in the game, we put the blobs back in. Well, hello there, Anushka. Welcome. Okay, so it's mostly working here. Next, we need to make sure that the spread is coming out correctly. Let's... Back to player. Back to no blobs. I think that's coming out correctly, yeah. I'm not British, Anushka. I'm not British. US. No worries there, Anushka. No worries. Yeah, that's working correctly. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time, Anushka. I think we're gonna call that largely a win there. Let's do some verification. Five, 360. Okay, no, there is a problem. We're getting an overlap. Which I think I know where we have the problem. It's this guy right here. I acknowledge you, Sky. I do. I do. Please stop pushing buttons. One of my cats has decided he wants attention, so he is headbutting my mouse hand. And if I try to... Exactly, Dodd. Exactly. He is getting intensive ear scratches right now. Yeah. Let's see where the other kitties are at the moment. So you can see part of Sky, the little white stripe down his gray back there. How he is sitting, he is positioned to drape himself over the mouse pad. So if you watch, the mouse will move every now and then. That's him shoving it. Well, that's good, Anushka. That's good. It's always nice to find something you like. We have all 5. So we have Ember across from the keyboard. She's a little gray-orange, like the little multicolored one. Then we have Sky. He's right by the mouse pad. He's the one with the white stripe. On the bed, we have Mason in the upper right, and then we have Sammy bottom center. Middle down by the window in the little house is Sherbet. For those of you that are able to see this, let's zoom in. You can't see the zoom in on tall form. Actually, I can get that link for folks. Yeah. Yeah, that's his spot. The cats in general get kind of their own little territories as far as spots to snooze. So, like, that pillow on the bed is primarily Sammy's spot. In the evenings, that can change. Like, overnight, Sky and Ember can lay there. But that's primarily Sammy's spot. Mason has taken a liking to that comforter. Ember is almost universally across the keyboard. She really likes to snooze real close by. Okay. Okay, that's enough out of you, sir. Okay, so if we don't rotate it, no, it's not the rotation. Which means there might be a problem with the spread logic. Load items. Okay, there's a flaw in the 360-degree calculation. So let's... one of these and one of these. This will be 3 at 90. We'll have the same icon. So there are gaps because of number of projectiles. There's still some wiggle that we need to get resolved there, but It's the viability of a spread is largely going to be based on how it targets. That's also why most of the spreads are odd numbers, because otherwise straight at the target will have a gap. It's the 5. There's the 3. The 3 is working. All right, let's look at our 360-degree spread logic. No worries. If spread arc is less than 360 this way, there we go. It's 3. That's 5 in a circle. So now if we go back into our catalog, we have move, orbit. So it's a little distorted with this, because they'll immediately come out and start to pivot. I feel like there's still something off with the way that we're doing spiral then. Let's do an interim save, though. Okay. Hey, Tanuki. We are working on our game right now. We have a slight wrinkle that I want to check with the circling motion, but I think we're in pretty good shape. Okay, go to the catalog. We're going to add a get positioner pattern. Positioner 3 and 90. We're going to have it start that way. A last direction. We should get 3 different last directions here. Well, thanks for swinging by, Anushka. One. Up. In center. Right and a little up. See, that is up. Okay, last direction is the same twice. That's not right. Hey there, JR, and welcome. And thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so there's something off with last direction in this scenario. Hey there, Lion. Welcome. If it does seem like I'm answering questions or speaking to someone you can't see in chat, it's in one of the other 2 streams. I do have 2 different streams on YouTube for tall and wide view, and then I have the Twitch stream. I think it might be in this rotation part. It should work, though. Let's add an intermediate step here. Currently, last direction is to the right. To the right. Down slightly. Okay, so it's just the targeter itself is having problems. Yep, JR, we are working on a game. We're making a Bullet Heaven style game akin to Vampire Survivors, but with a Noita like modular weapon system. Right now, we're working on spiral motion, so something that will move out to a radius and rotate. We're not working on the spiraling part. We're trying to work on making sure the projectiles come out oriented based on their direction here. But the targeter is not behaving properly. Oh, okay. So to the entity, to the player, is let's put our breakpoint here. So our direction is nothing. So then we're going to set it to right. Right there. It's not right. But it's adjusting this each time is the trick. By default, to player is going to have a known direction, just like to the enemy is going to have a known direction each time. It's going to adjust it. Orbit player. Move orbit player uses target player. Target player uses the default doesn't need to update the entity. So let me go into targeter. Need update direction default. As if it doesn't have a direction. So the first two will call out. The first one will say to the right, and then it will duplicate it, but it will adjust it after. Going to adjust position. 5, 0, 45. Okay. Negative 45. So we come out. Don't have an expositioner. We're done. Increase the bullet count. We get the adjust. We apply the transform to the spawned entity. That's going to apply that transform to the direction. First one has a direction of to the right. Second one has a direction of to the right. Third one has a direction of to the right. Okay. Seven negative. Okay, we're getting 3 different transforms applied. We're effectively cloning that first direction call. Position. It's that subsequent calls to this are being distorted. Three. One. Are we getting the same thing twice? Step in. The current working project name, Dodd, is Nyanite Survivors. I don't know if we're going to stick with that. I kind of don't like putting prefixes and suffixes on game titles based on a game they're inspired by. Kind of like how a lot of games put Souls at the end of them because they were inspired by Dark Souls. Let's need to update entity, which we don't need. Need to update direction. Direction is what? It's right. Okay, second time we come in. Second one's direction is to the right. Third one's direction is, I bet it's actually adjusted. Yeah. Yeah, Catbot Revolt could work there, Lunar. Yeah, that's the trick there, Dodds, is one of the things that I don't like about using terms like souls is that it implies a connection to a game where the connection might be tenuous at best. So when you say souls, which part of Dark Souls are you taking from it? In which parts does the consumer of the game assume that you would have taken from it? Is it the, you drop all your currency on the ground when you die? Is it the block parry dodge roll, that kind of thing? Similarly, while bullet heaven is the term that people have started to use for this kind of game, I don't like it because it presupposes you know what a bullet hell is so that you can get the inverted version. Because right now, bullet heaven is only described as either like Vampire Survivors or the opposite of a bullet hell. And people still confuse bullet heaven and bullet hell. So the title doesn't help, you know? Gonna step away for just a moment and then we'll continue here. Okay, we're back. I can add a pass right here. First one comes in. Direction is currently to the right. Step over. And direction is up and right. Makes sense? Second one comes in. Direction is to the right. And this should come out. Direction is to the right. Yep. Third one comes in. Direction is to the right. Comes out. Direction is down and right. All of this is correct. Okay. Set that. Okay. To set the values, we're going to set the values. Targeter comes in with a direction. That. Same. Wait a minute. First one comes in. We have asked for the entity, and now that means that we have a direction. So negative 0.1 and just about 1. Second one. This should be the second one that we have created. We don't know that, actually. Nine two two three three seven. Sorry, 183 adjustment. Okay, this should be the very first entity. So 894,000. 894,000. Second time we come in, second entity, third entity, first entity, second. Okay. Hey there, Parakeet. We are close to getting spiral motion in here. We actually have the circling down just fine. The initial positioning is off a little bit. The first two projectiles are overlapping. But only for spiraling. Only for spiraling, so there's something wrong with this algorithm. First entity has a targeter which says -1, -0.3. Second entity has a targeter -0.3. Third entity has a targeter that says, okay, first two targeters have the same incoming value. Okay. First entity, the targeter is 2239. Second entity, its targeter is a different targeter. I do need to have a pattern for this. This get is a landmine. I think before we call into movement, we should say need set values, so that we can just reference them directly instead of get the entity, get the direction. These right here are a problem. Transform offer entity. that. This is going to break some stuff, but... Targeter, we're going to get rid of get. Checked. The targeter. Targeter has a function called update values. Feel like there's some is targeter a null. Oh. It's coincidence that this wasn't happening. Catalog. Load movements. Move player has no targeter. Okay, well, we've got that resolved as far as the updating that. So we don't need to worry about updating the values at the wrong point. This one we can just use direction. Just care about the targeter, it just cares about the movement that's coming in. Player doesn't care about a targeter. Okay. Okay, so what we're still running into is that the first two projectiles are coming out at the same position. Hey there, QQ. Welcome to the broadcast. We are working on our game right now, and we're trying to make the projectiles come out in 45-degree increments, but two of them are coming out at the same position, or in the same direction, for this type of motion. So moving in a straight line or similar is okay. We've got the rotation working, Upland. The facing when they come out is a little flawed. And I'm trying to figure out why that is. And random enemy. Target random direction. How long have I been using Godot for? About 68 days now of stream time. Orbit the player, so we have an entity the first time. We get its direction, and its direction should be nothing. Yep. So we get a random direction. We get a random direction. We do the initial movement. We're in the midst of entity move still. We verify that we're in range. We have an agent. We do that. Hey there, Alex. You did indeed make it. Welcome back, Jim. And hello, Fat Cat. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We just about have the spiraling motion working. Down and right. I'm sorry, up and left. Up and left. Up and left. Okay, so that's coming out correctly. 8, 10, 3, 4, 8, 3, 4, 8, 3, 4, 8. Why are we only asking about 10, 3, 4, 8? So we have the circling, and we can that they will circle enemies if we've got it set up. They will circle whatever their target is, or they'll circle wherever they are. So right now they're orbiting the player. This is good. But we're only getting one need to update direction because each one has a direction. Okay. Hey, no. Five, 9, 7, 4. Are we only ever calling need to set values on that given entity? Seven. Yeah, there's only one entity ever being called for movement. That doesn't seem right. There's clearly more than one entity. Ah, okay. This is the player's movement. Hmm. Player's targeter. Player's targeter. Um, let's get that out of there so it's cleaner. Just messing with some stuff here just to. Hey there, demo. Welcome. Well, that's about right. If portion is less than. Okay, yeah, this it creates a jitter if the proportion number gets too high or too low. We do need to cap the speed at the push pull force at we'll get to that later. I don't really mind that push out pull in. Faster. Slower. If we determine proportion early, we could divide the angle adjustment. We could turn harder if the proportion, if it needs to pivot more. Anyway, we'll get back to that. So to show folks what we're working on, this mouse right here is 2 stacked on top of each other. That's because the direction that's coming in for that is identical to the second one, which shouldn't be happening because, let's get catalog items. Homing mouse is here, yarn ball. Game ready. It's not move straight line, it is so the yarn ball is also moving in a spread. So random direction, it's just target player that is having problems, I think. And that, I think, is entirely because it's a border case. Because it will spawn right on top of its target. Update direction entity dependent. That's if it has an entity. So then in targeter, we're going to say set entity to random enemy. This uses random enemy. And to player uses get player. Hello, Sherbet. Alright, so we go back into the game, we remove the yarn ball, go back into Targeter, and we're going to go into Apply Template. So target to the right, that's the player one. Get the new entity. Okay, so this is the first homing mouse. We initialize it, we move it, we create a clone of it. Yep, Fat Cat, that's 2 of the 5. Let's see. We have 4 visible right now. The 5th is on my chair headrest behind my head. So let's see. For you, Ember is top center, Sky is upper left, and then Mason and Sammy are left center. Sherbet is the one that's behind my head, yeah. Hey there, Dragon. Welcome, welcome. We were just looking at the kitties. I am the prototype nanotype dragon. First of the line. Okay, so this is the first one. Well, here. Oh, and boots. Always fun to take a moment to show off. Okay. So we have a new entity. It has a series of movement objects. Object has a targeter, which has a direction of right. Okay, next new entity is going to be a copy of the first, which we will initialize, and then, so new entity has movements, and it has a targeter, and its direction is to the right. And then it's going to be adjusted accordingly. So if we do spawned entity, look at its movements, and we look at that and that, it's still to the right. Again. Transform spawned entity. Hello, buddy. Hello. Sherbet is demanding lots of attention. Sherbet normally won't come and stand on my lap. He is very hesitant of coming within grabbing range. As such, he must get extra attention. Gets intensive ear scratches. You like that, buddy? Yeah. There you go. There you go. Okay, that one had its position applied. This one got adjusted. The first two did not. Okay, this is the first one. Just before it applies the transform, it is facing up. one. Up, then right. Seem correct. Up, then right, then right. First one is right. That makes sense. Second one. This should also come out as right. Yep. And the third one. Comes out as right. Okay. One. So the three plausible transforms. It's up and right. This is right. And down and right. Okay, those are all correct. Those are all the directions that should be coming out of them. Which means they have no reason to get thrown off there. Look at entity to move. Which is right. Right. Down right. Okay. So between them being spawned and them reaching this point, The movement of the first one has been skewed. The entity movement. Okay. So that is up and right. Okay, it got reset right here. No, that's because it looped around. Spawned entity has movement, has that. To the right. All right, this is the first one. We initialize it, we move it, we set its position. So it's on the player. And it should be targeting up and left, but it's targeting right. Oh, no, we get into the positioner chain. We apply the transform. Now it should be up and left. Okay, up and left. We're back down around the loop. Spawned entity is still the last one. Why is this a Boolean and the checker here? Oh, okay. Because we have, by looping around, we have redefined spawned entity. Okay. Second one is going to be to the right. Yeah. Apply its transform. Up and left. Yep, yep. Ray of movement. Targeter. Up and left. So it's okay still at this point. Okay, so then we go into our collision zone and we're going to look at physics tick. It's the player homing mouse. This should be the first homing mouse, which at this point should still be facing up and left. Yep. Why is it not moving? Right. Down and right. You. Up and right. So movement here. Its targeter is still up and right. Target movement is much more up and a little to the right. So now our target movement, since this one is to the right, our movement should almost be straight up. Layer entity. Layer entity. What if we... No, that didn't change it last time we looked. Did not change it last time we looked when we moved spiral. This rotate here. Let's double check. Yeah, same thing. First one's targeter is 6. Three different targeters, so we don't have an object reuse. We reach here. Right. Right. Down and right. Okay. By the time we get to entity movement, there is a change to the targeter by the time we get to the first movement. As in, there's an additional change to the targeter. Having get set calls wouldn't be the worst thing here. I don't think any of them will get here. Let's just be sure. Yeah. When is that getting changed? We're applying template, yeah. Um, Targeter, it's one. Down right. Okay, that's odd. Our targeter here is going correctly. Oh, it's that initial move. That initial move is locking this in. And that's coming out to the right. The very first entity is having its direction locked to the right. Okay, that's what's going wrong. Here is our actual problem. Because when entities are spawned, there is an initial movement. And it gets locked in. The initial movement will be to the right or to a random direction, but it is subsequently changed. So how do we get around this? Because this is going to be a pattern that happens a lot, is that a movement recognizes, hey, I'm showing up in this direction. This whole thing, as far as the targeters is concerned, we don't actually need the motion, do we? Yeah, because it's the targeters should be the thing that matters. We're applying the transform to the targeters. So we should be asking the targeters what our initial direction is and using that. Okay, okay. Spawner. So this is where we go through the positioner chain and we apply it. But if we look in the spawn, right here, but it's the culmination of the initial movements that matters. Because it's possible, like with these, that the initial movement is quite off kilter from where the targeting is. And we still want them to respect that, but the initial targeting is where it's skewed. Because there could be multiple movements in here. There's nothing stopping us from having an entity that has multiple movements when it starts. And each of those motions could change that initial direction. And if delta is 0, there will be no motion. And if we don't store it off, or if we weren't to handle everything in each one of those movements, we would have a problem. Okay, so this is kind of fundamental as far as the spread patterns. Anything that remembers a prior motion beyond its targeter has a problem with this. So the orbit has a problem with it because it remembers what that prior direction was. But what if we don't remember what the prior direction was? What if we ignore that entirely? And just say, we're going to take our current direction and we're going to turn. We always turn based on the current direction. Because in theory, movement should be stateless. It should look at its current direction and say, which way should I move? And so if it doesn't have a direction coming in, it will ask the targeter what direction to use. Oh, the targeter... We still need a direction. Because the movement of this will be subsequently changed. Wait. Movements apply their transform to. Okay, this one remembers motion. So it should rotate accordingly. Let's try this. Call its superfunction with transform. This will affect its movement. I'm sorry, its targeting. But then it's also going to do last direction. Is equal to transform times last direction, I think. Let me check targeter here, apply transform. Transform times, okay. That was the problem. That was the problem. If it remembers any sort of vector, it has to respect the transform. Finally. Okay, it's getting a little skewed here. We do have to make sure that we are cleaning this up. So let's go into our spiral. Last angle is irrelevant. Initial angle set is irrelevant. Last target position is irrelevant. Clear that out when we initialize it. I don't know why moving to the right is creating that little oddity right there. You can see that some of them are trying to get back into position properly as we move right. So part of this is that we need to make sure that the rotational and outward force are strong enough to keep up with a moving entity. So we're just about done with this one. But yeah, let's try some stuff here. So we have growth rate, which is how fast the radius expands. Let's get rid of angle change as well. So growth rate is going to be how quickly the radius increases. And then we're going to have a rotational speed. We need to make sure that we don't get so fast that it jitters. Equal to speed times proportion. If spring speed is greater than if it exceeds the distance to the edge, put the speed to the distance from the edge. Still getting a collapse here. We're never reaching a point where this is true just yet. Oh, okay. The inward force is never going to do that. I'm sorry, the push out force is never going to have a ratio greater than 1. So this is from the center to where the entity is. If our entity is in the center, then the radius will make it negative. So I'm going to remove this to start with. Okay, so the pull inward force is unbounded. We now need the push outward force. Essentially the negative to be stronger. It's a positive number if we're in the center. It's a negative number if we're out from it, but it will never be greater than. Yeah. So if minus proportion. Okay, we're still getting some jitter, and we're still getting the distortion there. And the turn is still being distorted by the motion to the side. I still like this because it amplifies it ensures that the outward force is stronger as it approaches the center. Oh. And they seem to enter orbit at that point, I think. Okay, yeah. It's the negative case that shows up here. We need to soften it. But we can't use the case exactly as is. Absolute value of spring speed is greater than the absolute value of this. Times this is brute forcey as all get out, but okay, well, not quite. Distance to edge is still in a square root format. Or is still squared. We had double proportion. arms. Still getting jitter. Okay, so there's current distance from the target is related to our... We don't want to turn in so hard if... So the greater the distance we are from the center, we want to be able to turn harder. But the closer to the radius we are, essentially we want to apply that outward force in a way that impacts the turn radius too. Because if it keeps turning in as it's getting pushed out, it's going to create that looping effect. Here, let's show that. So as I'm going, it's turning harder in, and we're getting distortion in the loop. Now we can push out harder, but that creates kind of a problem. So right here, we're getting it's getting twitchy because each frame is being pushed out, and the outward force isn't helping the ones being dragged at the top. I think we need to influence the turn radius based on distance as well. So the inward-outward force is independent of how we're moving so far. So I could move that calculation later, and I could also apply the proportion to it. Let me think on this just a little longer here. Be right back. Okay, let's think on this a little bit more. So part of our problem here is that when we are moving with rotation, essentially to the right or down, then the rotation is getting out of sync, in that they would need to speed up along the curve to catch up. If I move against the rotation, so left or up, then I get, well, left or down. Then we're still kind of okay, but we can still get this period where they're falling behind, so their curvature starts to get distorted. So let's we're going to decap proportion. We will keep last direction. We have our base speed. So instead of applying this here, so we've got our last direction, we've got the rotation we want to apply to it. So we need proportion to be defined outside here. Wait. We can still move this up. So if it's off kilter, what I'm trying to do, Tess, is I'm trying to avoid circumstances where essentially the rotation is interrupted. As far as circling, it's fine if the rotation happens early, but ideally it's keeping, like, we don't, what I don't want is kind of a loop-de-loop kind of pattern. Like, it should not be doing a barrel roll towards its target. It should be creating a full orbit around it. Hello, Kev. Welcome. So we're going to add adjusted velocity times equals proportion here. Hello, Lore. It's not right. So if we're in here, we're out of position, one way or the other. Plain view, we are doing some game development. We are trying to get projectiles to orbit around a target, but maintain their proper orbit, even if we're moving. So if we're holding still, or if we only move a little, everything's okay, more or less. But as soon as we start moving far enough, the circle starts getting distorted. It will try to restore itself. If we have a really high rotations per second. Well, comparatively high. Faster it moves, the more resistant it is to that. Which, the higher the proportion is, that is, the greater the distance to where it should be, I think the faster it needs to move. So right now, what we don't want to do is we want it to be a multiplier. We want the proportion to be a multiplier on the edge speed of the projectile. That's what I'm thinking right now. So if we get the proportion, we're going to say times equals 1 divided by proportion. Okay, well, see, that's not doing what it's supposed to. Okay, the adjusted velocity is always going to be a positive number. Yeah, but it won't always be mice, Tass. The interior, the outward push speed is too much now. About here. Whee! We don't... Ideally, we're not trying to adjust too much based on the supposed movement of our target. But that's a possibility. We have it rotating, but what we're trying to do is get it so the rotation doesn't distort. I think we have a couple of variables that are off here. One is the... No. Okay. So there are two things that are different here. Yeah. But we can't be sure that the player has a target... Well, okay. Okay. So here's from center. If entity... If targeter entity... I have target entity already. Yeah, if target entity. Then this equals target entity target. Let's try that. Then we get rid of you. Okay, it can still distort. That's fine. Like, the fact that they wobble out and come back in is okay. I think that's where we needed to have it, Laura, is I think we need to be aware of the target's motion when we're trying to orbit them. Okay? We have radius, so we don't want to override it. Equals this growth rate times constants square with times delta. Catalog orbit player has a base growth rate of 1. And thus we have spiral. Oh, look at that. No. We've got that, it's going so fast it looks like it's going backwards effect again. And it tracks us when we move. Haha! Okay, we're probably going to do some code cleanup the next time we're working on this just to scrub it down a little bit. But we've just about got the circular motion working. And that's one of the tricks, Plainview, is we actually spent a great deal of time up front to make it so that this is as much high performance as we can get. And that's going to continue to be a goal. Is right now we're holding on to 30 frames a second. That's our active goal. We'll see how it plays out. We might need to tune it more. And Upland, that's not necessarily going to be an end state, but actually that's a good opportunity. Here. Let's... Okay, so we have those blobs. We have that coming out, but we don't have an enemy yet. Here, 1 blob a second. Uh-oh. Catalog. I'm going to have to create a dummy targeter. Okay, so here's 1 per second. And we have it where each of the blobs takes multiple hits to wipe out. So this is pretty potent when you look at it because I'm firing 3 at a time, 1 a second. If we go through and we load items again, and we go down to homing mouse, and we're going to remove the intrinsic positioner that I added for testing. So here's a default. And this is the slowest that enemies would spawn. So still pretty good. But it's a balancing thing, is what we're looking at. Well, we need to make sure that the enemies are a threat based on what you get, but you probably wouldn't be rotating this fast. At the moment, they're only taking 1 direct hit. So here's another variable that we could tweak. These are all variables we could tweak. Again, this isn't end gameplay. This is testing stuff. We're making stuff work. So enemies only take 1 hit. Let's say we do 5. See how a mouse disappears every time it hits a blob, but the blobs aren't going away that fast. Now, if we make it so that more mice appear at once, then we're starting to take them out. Again, this is entirely in sort of like a testing stage, so nothing you're seeing here is final. We're just getting the core mechanics in. Today was getting this spiral motion to work. Let's make things weird. And weirder. Weirder still. But yeah, these are all variables that we can add in that influence how the game works. So here, let's do twice as many blobs, so 2 a second, but we're going to add some extra craziness that we can do. I have dozens of variables there, Upland. The trick is that you're going to start with very simplistic things, and over time, the things get more and more and more powerful as you add to them, assuming you are doing it right. So if you were to get to this point, yes, it's fantastically powerful. It also is more objects than we can put on the screen at any given time. Because if you put too many objects on the screen at once, it do this. So right now, we have so many things on the screen. Because this is like 125 times 27 entities being created at once. We do, JR Blaze, we do. We have it where it can go at a fixed radius, and we have it where it can go at a increasing radius. And here, let's add you in. So we're going to see some distortion in the movement because the mice want to target right now. Here, let's... The mice are going to try to distort towards an enemy of their choosing. I think that's what this one is set to right now. But that's a core goal in this, is that you can just kind of wiggle things together and get different results. Okay, yeah, you can really see it there. There we go. You see how they're kind of wiggling towards the center each time? That's because they're attempting to home at an enemy target. But they can't get to it, one, because they're dying right away, and two, because the spiral motion has increasing power as it gets out further. You know, I wonder what happens if... Okay, that's kind of functioning as it should. We'll have to tweak it further and further. But yeah, I also need more icons so I can identify things more easily. But yeah. For realsies, though, we're going to wrap up here, make some code commits, and then we are going to move on to new movement types. Probably next time, again, code cleanup, make some new icons, more movement types. once we get a good stable of movement types and positioners, like, right now we have starbursts, we have spreads, we have S-curves, those kind of things. We need more of that, and then we're going to start bundling them together. So, like, moves in an S-curve and fires 3 at a time, or moves in a spiral and can pierce 1 target, that kind of thing. The goal is that in general, the player gets very powerful very fast, but we're going to need to figure out how to put that against making it so that there is any threat to the player. So there's a lot of dials to be turned here, and that's going to be those dials will largely be fiddled with later once we have all of the different puzzle pieces that we can add in. What are good ways to do this? What are good modifiers to add that don't make the power curve a vertical wall, but also don't make it so that it's too difficult to get strong enough to hold out long enough. So we'll see. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I hope you had a good time watching the process. Yes, Plainview, the creatures would be getting stronger over time, more numerous and more durable. Right now, it's just I have a testing creature. A testing creature with a sprite that I am going to use for something, but not for the basic enemies. So yeah, I hope everybody had a good time watching today. Our next stream is not scheduled yet, but I will get something up in the near future. We'll see what it ends up being. I still do want to get some gaming streams looped in, but I need the right kind of... I want to make sure it's a good gaming stream if we do incorporate it. In the meantime, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. It helps the channel grow and will help you find more of it in the future. With all that said, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.